Okay, I'm live. What happened was that YouTube removed me. So I guess I would think that it could be two things. It could be just random, which is really weird. I've never had a live stream removed before of a trial, I don't believe. It says, so if I go to my channel content, if I go to my dashboard, I'll tell you exactly what it says. It says community guidelines removal. Your content, Lindsay Clancy trial, day 13, was removed to a violation of our community guidelines. And they said because of issues of self-harm. But that's part of the trial. And there's a million other channels with the same content. So I don't know. I think they'll probably reverse it, but I would think these are Lindsay Clancy supporters coming after me because I'm the only one saying this and reporting my channel. That's what they're doing. So we're back to here we go.
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom for her contact information, it will show up as mom?
The software will show up, will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in mom and the phone number will show up in mom?
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
there we go. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's, as I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that word is located?
Correct. The application, Microsoft Edge, has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So, for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message. It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern Time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents section of the project tree, or otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
And do you just, this blue hyperlink here at the top, 20, 22, 10, 12, 15, 28, is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within the Physical Analyzer, it when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
If we could go to the next one, please. What are we seeing here in this report from December 26, 2022 to January 24th, 2023? Is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document, can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrate has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history. It does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways.
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would it be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things?
That's possible.
And so here, where we had the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, this separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And it's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified mean it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it. I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up, and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down these are the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up, and then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up, and that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle, so it was a battle of it of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, we don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one. Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data. And with the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially, based on the user settings, location data associated when the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on?
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m. And
is there something on here that says when it was modified.
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it's when it's modified. Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
So just for the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way.
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified, and in this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken, and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live?
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way?
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
Okay, if we could go to the next, please. And what is this report displaying?
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4 o'clock p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
That's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame 4:30 to 4:35. using the tool, we'll search Marylex. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m., is there a search for Marylex for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the search for Marylex for kids, 446:55, 446:55, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category, second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrate software has parsed it in multiple locations.
If you could search for them. In searching 3B in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3V menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu?
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And we could go back. Was there also a search for an Apple Maps for 3V?
Yes.
And what time was that?
Sorry, there's a glare. If we could go to 4:13 p.m. And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.? Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Maps?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
And so if we can go to 4:47 p.m. And here at 4:47 p.m., again, we're seeing the search for Kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website? here at 44704.
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please. To the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 448-21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 p.m., please? And then there's a message. It says message 80, outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick, does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you can scroll down to the next message, is that message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up.
It is.
And then message number 92, is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 p.m., is that from Lindsay to Patrick stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then message 97 at 5:06 is 3D menu searched.
Yes.
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3D menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3D menu.
Utilizing the Safari web application, correct.
And then number 98, is that another search for Pedialyte?
Correct.
Excuse me. Now, both the search for 3D menu and the search for Pedialyte are at 5:06:45. How does that happen, that there are two searches for two different things at the same time?
Can you repeat the question?
So you have in message 97, you have on January 24, 2023 at 5:06:45, a search for 3D menu. Then the same date at the same time, a search for Pedialyte.
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that will open up.
Correct. You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
Tabs, right? Okay. So how many tabs can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
So it wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least two open to two different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106 and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 5:06:47, the menu at 3V restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 5:06:48.3vrestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded to your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website or the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 5:06:49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Power Bowl, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have a message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to it. And so we have two phone calls here, one at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950, and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source?
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m., starting at number 128 for Pedialax?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please? Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped there. Thank you. 146, message 146, a message from Lindsay to Patrick at 5:15 p.m., which states Pedialex liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then at 147, we have 5:33:51 p.m. Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then going down to 150, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
Correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
If I could have these reports that I just went over submitted on this disc as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
236. Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself in Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the application of Calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
I could have this marked as today's exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in, and then I would be done.
That's fine.
Did you, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled mommy?
Yes,
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We move to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So members of the jury, we're going to take a short recess, and then we'll return back to the case.
All right. Please. Wait, please.
Okay, we're on the mid-morning break.
All right. We'll be in recess.
Oh, see you, Wesley. Where are you
on this
going?
matter. Thank you.
We're talking about misophonia. I have it self-diagnosed. My father had it. It's a hatred or intolerance of specific or repetitive human sounds that can create an intense fight or flight emotional response, such as like chewing, tapping. Yeah, that does it. Pen clicking over and over, breathing. But this guy's breathing doesn't bother me so much. Hey, Sherry. Thanks for the kind words. So YouTube shut down the first half of the stream, said that I violated community guidelines. So I would think that someone had to flag my channel and flag the stream. And I would think it was for that to happen, but it could have just happened. I don't know. Organically. It's never happened to me before, live streaming any trial. I would think that someone would have to, I don't know. I know that they're doing a lot of things by AI, and maybe I was just the unlucky stream. It just seems odd that so many other people are streaming it with an entirely different point of view that are having no trouble. I would think that someone reported me and false flagged my stream because they're just the attacks just from the comments. A lot of people saying they're unsubscribing. They used to like me, but they no longer like me because I won't support this baby killer. Which always amuses me because I'm very open about my point of view. I talk about true crime from my with an emphasis on victims and victims' rights and innocence fraud. So I tend to favor the prosecution. I don't favor this prosecution team. I'll tell you that, but I favor their, I don't know. I don't agree with their theory on this case. I think it's totally nuts. I don't know where they came up with this. And they seem confused. The judge seems confused by their theory. I got to clip that and play that. Where the judge asked them, it's like, aren't you proving that she didn't really mean to commit suicide? Sorry, maybe I shouldn't say suicide. Maybe that's what did it. I thought I could talk freely because it's a non-monetized stream, but apparently not. I don't take it personally. But I just find it very interesting that people can't see their, people think that I would support someone like Lindsay Clancy. Ever. So let's look at, Matt Walsh did a video on this. I thought he made some points that I haven't made that are good points. So he's talking just about the insanity plea as in general. And I thought he made a great point because I never buy this when people say, oh, you know, this isn't the Lindsay Clancy I knew, or even when people say like, I'm a totally different person than the person I was 5 years ago. Talked about this so much on my channel. I'm exactly the same person with different interests. I like to think that I've learned to like modify my behavior, but my personality is like the same as it was when I was a baby, when I was 6 months, 6 years, 20, 30. It just hasn't changed much. Okay, here's Matt Walsh on the insanity plea. So he was saying when Patrick Clancy says, like, I don't know this Lindsay Clancy. It's like, it's just questioning this concept that we become different people at different times.
The insanity defense that is rarely made, so I want to make it here. The insanity defense, indeed the concept of insanity itself and its implications, is as much a philosophical and existential question as it is a medical one. So when you claim that a woman who murdered her children is not responsible for the crime she committed, when you say, as I believe even her husband has said numerous times, that it wasn't really her who did the thing, you're making a profound claim, not just about the nature of psychiatric conditions, but about the nature of the self. Okay.
So I didn't see this, but I find this really interesting. I have to look into it. I've just heard actual justice warrior who's been a guest on this show was part of a real core group of us who were fighting the release of Julius Jones, one of Kim Kardashian's and the Innocence Project's pet killers, who's now reoffending like crazy. So he got his sentence commuted from death to life thanks to Kim Kardashian at the last minute. It's crazy. And now he's committing crimes like part of a crime ring in prison. Part of a prison crime ring, Julius Jones is. I just interviewed his lawyer. You can look for it in the live section of my YouTube channel or listen to it on podcast. But I heard that Matt Walsh was pushing a whole bunch of nonsense related to recovered memories, saying that recovered memories isn't a thing ever. And pushing out the McMartins nonsense. So that was like, McMartins was a daycare essay case. And it started with physical injuries to the children. Like you can't deny. Right from daycare. So all those defendants, those McMartin defendants were acquitted, but this tenured Brown professor, Ross Chait, I think it's Cheat actually, Chait, EIT. He wrote this, he read all the transcripts of the McMartin's trial. It's one of the few who has, and wrote a fantastic book about basically the innocence fraud of these daycare cases in the 80s, where they attributed all these overturned convictions, the actual conviction, to satanic panic, moral panic, panic of any kind. And it's just not true. But he was pushing out that theory. I just found that interesting. Like, he's pushing out this nonsense thing, like recovered memories are a thing, child daycare, conspiracy theories.
Because if it wasn't really Lindsay Clancy who did what Lindsay Clancy did, then who was it? It was her body doing the strangling. It was her arms, her hands, her eyes that looked into her children's eyes as they stared at her in terror and confusion. And she did it intentionally. She did it deliberately, even with forethought. She wasn't sleepwalking. She wasn't otherwise unconscious. Was that not her self acting? What other self could it be? I mean, what do you mean it's not her? Like, who is it? You seem to be positing the existence of some kind of other self, some alien self, which was acting within Clancy's body while her real self, whatever that means, lay dormant in some mysterious corner of her subconscious. Well, I find that whole idea, the entire concept, incoherent. I don't think it means anything. And I don't think any of you can explain what it means. It wasn't really her. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Explain exactly. Explain exactly, precisely, how a person can do something and yet it wasn't them doing it. That is nonsense. Okay, that is like, a married bachelor. Okay, it is literally nonsensical. Now, our laws are not even consistent on this point. If a man gets drunk and sits behind the wheel of a car, or a woman.
Okay, is my mic better or is it worse? Is it still too bad? I just tried to adjust it a little bit. Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, Matt Walsh lives to have these minority opinions.
And then causes a fatal accident, he'll be held entirely culpable for it and be punished accordingly, and deservedly so. In fact, a drunk man who causes an accident will be punished more severely. He will face a greater punishment, not a lesser one, than a sober man. Yet the drunk man, we all agree, was not in his right mind. His mental capacities were certainly diminished. He was acting in ways that he would not have otherwise acted. If there is such a thing as a real self, then his...
So, most of the comments I get, from Lindsay Clancy's murderer groupies roll right off my back. But I do get bothered when people say I have no experience with psychosis. I wish I had no personal experience with someone in psychosis. I've had more experience than, I would say, most of Lindsay Clancy's murderer groupies. And this is a really good, interesting comment here by Kat. Kat always has such thoughtful comments. I thought most people with schizophrenia or psychosis that hear voices actually don't follow them when they first hear them. So Dory Previn was a friend of mine, and she had very famously schizophrenia. She was a songwriter and performer. Brilliant woman. And she felt that with her schizophrenia, she was very functional, that if she could hear the voices could hear her. And she lived with these voices all day long, so, and didn't kill anyone in her lifetime. This idea that you hear a voice, you don't know what it is, the first time, And you have to follow. You can't do anything else. You can't get help. You can't do anything else. This is like a fantasy. And I think that it's a very attractive fantasy, this defense narrative, for people who've been traumatized, brutalized by our medical establishment. And there's too many of those people. But I refuse to let a murderer benefit from the failings of our medical system and our mental health system. She was part of the system. Everybody's forgetting that she was part of the system.
His real self, that is, his sober, rational, competent self, was not really involved in the accident. His inebriated, mentally compromised, deluded, confused self was. And yet we still hold him completely responsible. I mean, he may wake up the next morning and not even remember the accident. He might have been literally blackout drunk. And yet we still will send him to prison to serve a punishment for a crime he has no memory of committing. Now, you might argue that, well, the drunk man chose to get drunk. That's the difference. But so what? If the idea is that we can't hold people accountable for awful crimes committed when they were in a state of psychological derangement, then all that matters is their state of mind in that particular moment. Choices made prior to that moment are irrelevant. That, in fact, is exactly what is being explicitly argued in the case of Lindsay Clancy or any other temporary insanity case. And besides, most people today would say that alcoholism is a disease anyway. So did he actually choose to get drunk? Yeah, I mean this all as devil's advocate. I absolutely believe that we should throw the book at drunk drivers, but I apply the same logic to people allegedly intoxicated on psych meds or on their own mental delusions or on hormones from pregnancy or anything else. Recently, a woman in California avoided prison time completely after stabbing her boyfriend 100 times, killing him. And the judge decided that she was the victim of cannabis-induced psychosis. She was not herself, you see. She was not in her right mind. Even though she chose to pack a bong with weed and smoke it. So there is no consistency at all in how this idea of temporary psychological impairment is applied in court.
Okay, yeah. Right. So he's pointing out in California, that's a very slight sentence. We're at the mid-morning break. We should be coming back, right? Any minute now. I remember seeing something on that cannabis case. There was a real media push to absolve that killer woman. I remember seeing it on, I don't know, did anyone else see that Nightline or Dateline on that? That's the case I'm thinking of. It's like, it just made me crazy. Right. She didn't follow. Oh, thanks, Dixie. This is really a good comment here. She didn't follow her doctor's advice, but she blindly followed a strange male's voice telling her to harm her precious babies. Speaking of my precious babies, I might have to deal with a kitty in desperate need of attention. It looked like there was some tearless eye wiping. And I think that I'm going to work on having a Lindsay Clancy fake crying contest. I think we have some people in the audience who say they might want to compete. I don't know. I don't think this is really my forte, but you have to have some hair, put it over your face. You have to do this, and then you have to do the jerky shoulder movements. Let me see if I can. Okay, hold on. I know that. I think I put in my. Here. This is what it looked like when they stopped. They're like putting their hand on their. She knows the power of this. Look at this. Oh. I'd respect it more if she stopped putting her hand to her face. Just cry. Let's just see some of these tears. Has anyone seen tears? How long do I have to do this for? Do I look really pathetic? I just saw her for a moment today. She was saying something to Reddington, and her eyes are scary. She's so empty and devoid of empathy in her face. It's unmistakable. Gave me the chills. God, this defendant is one of the more scary defendants. And no, she isn't physically menacing to me because she's a woman and she's small, right? She doesn't have the strength of like Stephen Avery, or even though he's very short too, but a man. She doesn't have the strength of a man, and she's not menacing to me in that physical way that men are. But she scares the living heck out of me. Does anybody else have the reaction to her? Totally devoid of empathy.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes if there is no oxygen flow.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
A ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
We're going to take a break this time, all right?
Boy, all right.
Yeah, it's like right at the back of your throat. Okay. It's just such an insult to the real suffering, to the, do you know what I mean? To the people who really love those children, not Lindsay Clancy. She did not attach to her children. They were objects to her. They were props. Such an insult. None of these people who are supporting Lindsay Clancy would want her to babysit their kids. All right, I'm gonna just take a break. I'll be right back. We're having a short day today, and then tomorrow we're off. I'm thrilled to hear about that.
And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, I mean, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? I mean, your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had, along with photographs perhaps?
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across, might be easier this way. This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report, sir.
And it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. You see this here where it talks about source file and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-0000925E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Of course not, but it would be in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Celebrate extraction report?
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
Because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item you have here, sir?
No, I'm sorry, the exhibit.
This is the calendar supplemental report, yes.
For Lindsay, so what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in this supplemental report.
Okay, where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
And that's the 780,000, whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Mr. Barrow, no, from it. Did you bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits?
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics, such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across, for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
I don't recall.
Did did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
If I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the numbers for what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a match, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So would you, what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box?
How to slit your throat to die.
And the next box?
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
And these all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Run right off of these?
If we could just see them at sidebar.
Look at this nonsense thing down here on the bottom. So they're saying that the prosecution is saying that she intentionally strangled her kids. Well, so is the defense. She was extreme postpartum depression and psychosis that left her unable to understand her actions, which is strange because her first words via the whiteboard, she was intubated at the time, or do I need a lawyer? So she understood her actions and she understood that they were criminal and wrong. Oh, gosh. I'm so curious to know who's on the jury and how they're going to debate this. Lots of sidebars, huh? Right, she didn't ask how the kids were. And apparently, sliding out the second story window, I think she's a psycho too, a stone cold killer. Let me see if I can find that, just this like millisecond of a clip that made my blood run cold this morning. It's the first time I've seen her eyes like head on. She turned to Kevin Reddington, and since YouTube shut down our stream, hold on one second. Let me just move forward in it and try to see where we are. So, okay. Yeah, it happened like just for a hot second. Okay.
Thank you. And just, if I can, thanks. And if I can, just for continuity, sir, looking at what has been marked as Exhibit R, S, and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless, we can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these three exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that. Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you Exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor, 9:45 and 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
Sorry. Is the
Exhibit 238.
Exhibit 238, sir, if I may. On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the mummy text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. It's a filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to Mummy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient, Mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now let me give you Exhibit 238, and just for a representative example, I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then. Now, let's say January 3rd, 8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And what did Lindsay say to her mother on January 3rd at 8:35 in the morning?
At 59 seconds, sir.
Yeah.
I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds.
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working on this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. Where the mother asked, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night, question mark.
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please, at 9:48 in the morning?
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the 10th?
9:48 in the morning, beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good, question mark.
I have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good. Period. At the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have January 10th in front of you, not the 23rd?
My correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m. Are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did mommy say?
From mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better, question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think, in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay. You recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day. And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05
AM or PM?
p.m.
And this is on the 14th, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep. January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05:13 seconds p.m.
Saying,
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
so she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds a.m.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun, referring to what was fun, if you know.
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
You know what, that's okay, because it's an exhibit and the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it, so that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer it. It's all right.
Okay, sir.
Now, on January 24th, District Attorney asked you about the Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking up menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also, prior to that, on the same day, that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, you know, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, oh, wow, you're a good mom? Recall that?
I don't recall the text.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis, can you be in DKA without high blood sugar, page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone, Wellbutrin, how do you feel on trazodone, Ativan addiction, Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone, the Celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 239.
Great, thank you.
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia? Recall saying that?
Not specifically.
Well, if I approach you, sir, and your extraction report, is that, refresh your memory, that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia. So where it says schizophrenia? Right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay. Put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
There is a keyword search in psychosis and a Google search.
And that would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on the January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. Then there was there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And then it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
And then further, do you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02:14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also, a much larger package of searches for trazodone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Okay. Zoloft?
Correct.
What's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07:48 seconds p.m. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06:39 seconds p.m.
Okay. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11:57 seconds p.m.
And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14:47 seconds a.m.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52:37 seconds a.m.
Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12:58 seconds p.m.
That's December 21st, did you say? 31st.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
And is there a search for keyword ketamine? K-E-T-A-M-I-N-E.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39, 0 seconds p.m.
So also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal.
Yes, the word Lamictal was part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23, 13 seconds a.m.
Okay. Was there also a keyword search for postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum?
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for us?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
And keyword benzo. Right on the Celebrate report for Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
Sir, would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Give me the ideal length for, the bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17, 05 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13, 48 seconds p.m.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone?
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
Bracketed in. What's the time that it started and when did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38, 42 seconds p.m.
And clonazepam was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. You see where it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat? Search for Ativan.
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06, 30 seconds p.m.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct?
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. And when was the amitriptyline search? When did it start? When did it end?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01, 28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17, 58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33, 49 seconds a.m.
Sir, I would offer these.
I could just look them over.
Sure, yeah.
You're welcome, sir.
objection.
Okay, those may be admitted. Do you want to admit it's individual?
All one? Is one individual or all one? It's, I don't care.
Ooh, why don't we do that? I hate to do this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
Exhibits 240 through 260 so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I neglected to ask about this celebrate extraction report from Lindsay's phone. This, if you agree with me, is another extraction search on her phone.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
And looking at that, if you can, basically there are a number of search terms in there, such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the next one underneath that that would be on December 31st?
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's Tylenol the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
Month-old. Okay. Next one.
Earth's best organic baby food.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth NOVA.
Next one.
Best kids movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one, if you can.
Yes, sir. Unicorn Picture Free Coloring.
Just read them right down. Just
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves. I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
what
sir.
do we have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds p.m.
Okay. I just want to get a frame on the time. Okay,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for Kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for Kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds p.m.
Yeah, go ahead, finish these three more.
Yes, sir. CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
All right, that may be admitted. Yeah, 261. That's
And then finally, sir, approaching you with, it would be a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the thing, the header on the top of it, that's all.
It's a supplemental report, sir, and appears to be text messages.
Okay. Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? Do you know when? Was it on the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So, understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history. If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner, and then over here, it says Cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds a.m.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Next item, January 24th, 2023, 8:36:17 seconds a.m. Lindsay to Pat, loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 8:42:16 seconds a.m. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would
Receive, sir.
The time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages.
Okay,
From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content. Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day, smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
Okay. I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit 23.
I'll allow that. Thank you, Mike.
Finally, District Attorney spent some time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
So that could be like coloring?
It could be a variety of things.
Like what?
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Okay. Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, that's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th, were you?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there were photographs of the kids every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms. Do you know that? As an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
You know that there were dozens and dozens of photograph albums of little babies that were all over the house. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Call, redirect.
All of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc exhibit 236 in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
Sir, on exhibit 258. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the person using the phone, looking it up, was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
You were asking questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in Exhibit 238, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday, never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday, correct? From the text message content.
It's an inference.
Was there also a text message from Lindsay's mother to Lindsay on January 22nd, which would have 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Rankin?
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with text messages. Would you agree with me, again, that this came off of Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay? Kind of flip through them all. Trust me, one or the other. It's up to you.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then finally, I'm handing you, again, extractions from Lindsay's phone that you can flip through them if you wish, would be between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It says Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
I'd offer these to you, Your Honor.
Objection.
All right, if I can see counsel side, Barb.
It does appear that maybe we might be done for the day, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like that? That they're meeting right before they break? Yeah, this is the usual lunch break time. I mean, it would be ridiculous. I don't know what they mean by short day. It could mean 3:30, so we go to lunch and then we come back at 3:30, or it could be the end of the day. Could you please read the text that says Lindsay Clancy is the greatest mother who ever lived? Every day is a short day with them. It's not, though. We've been going long, Tater. Like, we've had these long days, right? It started out like that, for sure. Like, Tuesday, we were dark one week, and I thought that was going to be every week, but no. And then we were going to, like, 3:30, but we've been going long. I guess with the knowledge that they were taking Friday off, right? Makes sense now. But let me see. I don't want to. I guess I have it queued up, just where she gave me the wills. Just looking at her dead black eyes. Frightening. Hey, Wesley. How's it going? Cash for tiger treats. I just gave them treats this morning. They got brushies and treats. Thank you. Cash for tiger treats. Hit the like and subscribe. It's free. Thank you. And send a message to the Lindsay Clancy supporters that they can temporarily shut down the stream, but they can't shut down the channel and they can't shut us up. That's for sure. Another dead black eyes. Are you being sarcastic, Sherry? But they are. Like, she gives you the wills the way she's looking around. Like, a real feeling mother would be just so upset they would throw themselves on the mercy of the court. If she feels that badly, plead guilty. Take the punishment. Make a deal with the prosecution. I don't know. A lot of the Clancy supporters are coming after me and saying, well, you don't have kids, so you don't understand. Really? Do you need to be a mother to understand that strangling your children all under the age of 5, one by one, is wrong? What is going on with the whole world? Oh, it looks like maybe we're coming back.
Right. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Attorney Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right. So members of the jury, it's 1 o'clock, so 1:01, so they'll hold that against me. So we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back 2 o'clock and go to the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case, don't do any research, don't read anything, don't listen to anything, and then see you back here about 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
I thought so too, Piper. That's what the judge said at the beginning of court, so maybe not.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in the cover page and the wrong page that does not reference the actual medical record that I had. So do you have any objection to the substitute that? It's the appointment.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought I submitted the medical record.
Oh, no objection.
All right, so you want to substitute those?
Yeah, sure.
Is it from this new batch?
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
While we're on recess. Okay, there we go. This is what this morning, Lindsay Clancy. Look at looking at the jury. Did you see that right there? Did you guys see that? It was just like that little moment where she says something to Kevin Reddington, like barely opening her mouth. I was hoping. Does anybody read lips? Oh, give me the wills. I don't know about anybody else. Mask came off for a minute, right? All right, I'm going to lunch. I'll be back, guys, but I do need a break, like everyone. I thought we were, I guess we're going till 3:30. I guess that's a short day today. I don't know. 3:30. Maybe we'll go to 4:30. The judge said we were having a short day today. I don't know what that means. I don't know. All right, have a good one, everybody. Have a good lunch. I'll see you back here at 2.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Yeah, would you? That'd be helpful.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McGilligan.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will now pending between the Commonwealth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Jury Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the homicide and major crime section.
And could you tell us, within that unit, what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the district attorney's office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that, approximately?
About 6:45 p.m.
PM?
PM.
And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe this, the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it was my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom, and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
264.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the master bedroom.
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Did you also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yes.
We could have the photos, please. If we could zoom in on the top window. Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And the screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night?
Yes.
Pushed up?
Yes.
And if we could see the next photo. Maybe back to the first one. Actually, we can go back. Yes, so the first one and zoom in the middle there between the two windows. And these areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house, did you observe those that night on in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And then the third photo, please. We could zoom in on in there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles and then on the window ledge there, were those there in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Could we have these three photos marked as the next exhibit on the disc?
Any objection? No. They may be admitted.
Exhibit 265.
Now, as the investigation proceeded, did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney?
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection. I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
But that's what, why don't you re-ask that, what it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police, or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other, and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14, I'd ask to play just a small portion of that. That has not been played previously.
All right.
We could pause here for just a moment. Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
Yes.
And if you could just get up and point to them with the court commission.
Sure.
Okay. And we could press play. And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
Is that Cora there in the red skirt?
Yes.
Now, at this point in the video, at approximately 11:58 and 30 seconds, what is happening in the video footage now?
Cora's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are? For the record, you've pointed to Patrick towards the top of the screen and Dawson near the entrance to the exhibit.
Yes. Yes.
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children, pointing to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
And at some point, does the switch and the defendant helps Dawson with the same exhibit?
Yes.
And that goes on for several minutes.
Yes, I believe so.
And showing, I think we've gone forward to approximately noon in the video timer. Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked...
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to affect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause
Can we
death?
not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? It's her witness.
You want to ask him what she said. And then
Do you recall? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ray.
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by Patrick when I was with him, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point I imagine the DA must have shown you this, recognize this as being the nightstand drug?
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it? You look at it?
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
Okay. So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
If you want to come by my office and pick up anything they had, you're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
So, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hey, Counsel, could I see it?
Every time they meet, I think they're going to stop for the day. And I've been wrong every time. So I don't know. The pills did it, right? Are these the pills? I have no idea. You can't tell if these are the pills from from all the way over here and inside the bag. Give him the old razzle dazzle, razzle dazzle him. I mean, what is going on here? All right. I'll see you guys in a few. I guess they're working out their schedule or maybe figuring out if they're going to have another witness or break.
The jury, I told you we might break a little bit early today, and finally, again, I was right. And so we're going to recess on this matter for you at this point. So I'm going to excuse you Monday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. So I'm going to suggest that take these next couple of days, rest up. I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you. I appreciate all the work that you've done. I'm going to really remind you of those instructions because now I've got kind of a longer stretch that you're going to be at home, you're going to be talking to people. So I just want to remind you, do not talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research about this case or similar cases. If you have any questions, don't do any research. Don't try and educate yourself on any of the issues or facts that you've heard so far in this case. Don't make any little road trips to go by any places or try and fill in any gaps. The other thing I want to remind you, you have to still keep an open mind, all right? It was probably easy easy to kind of nod and say yes when I said that at the very beginning of the case. But now you've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence, all right? You haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you do apply. So I'm just reminding you have to do that. It's so important. And so I just kind of want to remind you on that. I want to thank you so much for so far all the work that you've done and all the work that you're going to do. And so I hope you have a very nice weekend. And we will see you on Monday. Just in case you're wondering, we're still well on track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again, have a nice weekend. All right, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, can I close the notebooks? This way, please.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can I convict her just because of her cold, stone cold, dead, psycho eyes? Oh, I can't? I have to use the evidence? Okay.
All right. Can I see counsel again over at the sidebar?
Are we having arguments now, or are they just sidebarring it? Are we done for the day, or are we not done for the day? I guess we're not done for the day. I mean, just Lindsay Clancy. I mean, she feels nothing. Nothing but. Right, no reason to cry. The jurors aren't here.
Regarding trial court security logs.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is asking the court to allow the Commonwealth and the defense to have copies of a log that we were advised that, or we've seen, that the trial court security has for people who go back into the lockup area to visit with or tend to or what have you with the defendant during the course of this trial. Both myself and ADA Sprague have witnessed at several points. Obviously, we know there are medical staff that go back with the defendant, but in addition to medical staff, which are not really the primary thrust of this motion, it's that there have been other individuals that are not counsel that are permitted to go back there. And we're not alleging that that's inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, the staff here, the security staff, has followed all appropriate protocols, but we are aware that Dr. Zeisel has been back there. We witnessed a priest being allowed back there the other day. And we are advised that these visitors are kept as a log when they come, when they exit, what days, what times. And the Commonwealth is alleging that that's information that might be necessary for us to effectively cross-examine some of the defense witnesses that are going to be presented. Certainly with Dr. Zeisel, it could pose as a potential bias that he's there, that he's back there. He's being presented as an expert witness on the concept of criminal responsibility, and there are certain ethical rules that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this, and the nature of his relationship with the defendant, could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court records are not, these court records, I would suggest, are not in the care, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Procedurally, we have filed the motion as a Rule 17 motion asking for access to the records just for this defendant during the course of the trial.
I mean, you're not looking for the name of the priest who went back there, are you?
Father Barb.
What, I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what the scope of this is. I understand the request for Dr. Zeisel's amount of visits, because he's slated to possibly be a witness. So I understand that, how that might be relevant.
Right.
The priest,
well,
I'm struggling with.
At this point, Your Honor, we haven't been furnished with exactly who defense is going to be calling as witnesses in their case. We have an idea from a witness list that was filed that keeps evolving as the trial progresses. So we don't know, for instance, if that person for some reason has a relationship to the defendant and he wishes to call her for some, or call him for some reason. So with the exception of, again, the nurses, we don't necessarily need their information. We know the purpose for why they're there and that they don't have a role in this case. But anyone else who has been permitted back there that is outside the medical staff, I would suggest the Commonwealth is entitled to at least know, and whether we are able to use that information if it becomes more apparent when the defense was underway with their case, that would come to, that we'd have to wait and see if that's the case. But certainly the fact that counsel has announced Dr. Zeisel as a testifying witness, that's information we believe we're entitled to.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
So first of all, here's the list. If they want the list, we don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there and get the list and see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay. I don't have a problem with that by no means whatsoever. Father Barb is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. Not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the Father at that church. And that guy has been with her for 3 years, through the hospitals, through Brigham and Women's, going to Tewksbury. I haven't even talked to the guy since last week, first time I ever met him. Shook his hand. Nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through with the public,
let's stay focused on.
I am staying focused.
Well,
this is what I'm dealing with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Well,
Tell you what his involvement is with going back?
No. I'm gonna allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it. So I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it though. Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department throughout in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it, based on the record that I have now. If for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation, even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this, and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday? Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Another ridiculous Massachusetts ruling. I mean, what if she's going to be a witness? Then it doesn't matter. Like, are you meeting with a priest? Is it helping your guilty conscience? I mean, of course it's relevant. Those are the people meeting with the defendant. Is she taking the stand or is she not taking the stand? I thought there hasn't been any. How dare that was like the most ridiculous motion. He's like, I'm going to help you out. I'm only going to let the thing that it's so obvious. And what does that mean? He's like, they don't need a ruling on this. They just needed to walk over to the other table. Except when your expert witness comes to the stand and they have to cross-examine them, and then they bring that up, and then you object, and then we go to sidebar. Then we're there again. It's like you're damned if you. I mean, I really felt that was for the. I felt like Kevin Reddington, and I haven't felt like this before, really, too much before. Was really performing for his fans there. That was absurd. He's like, see, I'm going to throw some more red meat to the murderer groupies who hate the Commonwealth. I mean, I thought that was really smart of the Commonwealth. That was the first really, like, thinking outside the box, all hands on deck, all mind together move I'd seen from the prosecution. Great idea. Like they're taking in what's going on. They're taking in how she works, and they're taking in. See, the problem with these pretrial innocence fraud campaigns is that other lawyers don't want to call them out because when they're defense attorneys, they want to use these tactics. This is just such a clown show. Kangaroo court. These judges are so weak in Massachusetts. They're like, they're really just another wing of the defense. It's like the prosecution is up against two branches. You got the judge, who's like another wing of the defense, and the defense. I mean, occasionally they get their, but like on really important evidence, it's kept out of these trials by these judges. It's just absurd. I don't know. That was like this. I couldn't believe what I just heard there. Yeah, if she meets with, so the priest baptized the babies, right? And then she's one of those women that goes in. So I have a real issue with these people that go into church and use church to get their kids baptized so like their kids won't go to hell and then never come to church again, and then take an oath in front of God and everyone that they'll raise their child in the church, and they don't. Then don't get your kid baptized. If that's it, don't take that oath. It bothers me. Okay? That's my bias. Okay? But so she got her kids baptized, and then she never went back. Right? So did you notice how Kevin Reddington talked out of both sides of his mouth in the story he told? First, he said that this is like her lifelong priest. They like each other. So that was more red meat for the Lindsay Clancy supporters. That Lindsay Clancy's priest likes her. And he knows souls, right? So he's not going to love the devil, right? Priest isn't going to love the devil, right? So she never comes back. She takes the oath that she's going to raise her kids. She doesn't raise them in the Catholic Church. She doesn't raise her kids in the Catholic Church. But then she paralyzes herself, and there's the priest with his doing goodness. These like religious figures are also used in innocence fraud. And they will become mouthpieces for murderers. And the Catholic Church has changed their position. This is my understanding on the death penalty, which I think is so interesting over the years. Baptism doesn't save you. Right. It's like a serious thing. They want the pictures. They want the presents from their kid getting a baptism. I don't care for it. I think get your kid baptized if you're going to raise your kid in the church. I think that's part of the deal. That's how I see it. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. No, the death penalty isn't on the church. I'm just talking about the Catholic Church. I'm just thinking about the Catholic Church. Kat, thank you. I went off on a tangent. I took a right turn into totally irrelevantville. What, you want to know the priest's last name? Yeah. Meeting with the defendant. I don't care if it's the guy delivering her sandwiches and the prosecution wants to bring it up. What are we talking about here? She may be a witness. I don't think she will because she's a coward and she's already testifying with her fake crying. Just don't take a K-turn. They do, though. You know? All right. So no court. I'm going to take a day off tomorrow. So what I think some of the more interesting testimony today was about her phone searches. And that's the testimony I want to go and I'm going to go right now and listen to again. Unless you want to listen to it with me. I don't know. Do you guys have an interest? Do you want to hear the stuff about the phone searches? I do. I thought that was really interesting. But didn't you think when Kevin Reddington was bringing up that stuff about her looking up medications, I thought that was terrible for her. Or people want to do it? Okay, people want to watch it with me? Okay, I'm just going to be watching it anyway. Okay, we'll go back. But isn't it... I thought he's like, well, she was looking up Zoloft, she's looking up this, she's looking up trazodone, what reactions you could get. Don't you think that's like really good evidence that she was malingering? Why wasn't this the prosecution's theory? It's such a much better theory because I think it's the closest to the truth. I think they started to see this innocence fraud campaign and the support Lindsay Clancy was getting and that Patrick Clancy was behind her, and they came up with this ridiculous theory of the case. And why it's important is because you want the jury to say, these guys have it together. When they tell me something, I can trust it. That feels right. That feels true. That feels like the real narrative of this story. They're like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Some of you may think she did it on purpose. Some of you, we're saying that she really did try to kill herself, and that was the main motivation for the crime. But she also slid out the window. How does that even make sense? I'd love to interview these prosecutors. I'd love to know, you know, if they would be honest. I would love to know why they went with this. They know it's not. They have to know it's not true. Right? All right, here we go. Let's see. Lindsay Clancy trial. It's this guy, right? The guy in the blue suit who did some of her searches. Yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah. I really want a fourth child. Yeah, this is the stuff I want to hear. Timothy Champanini. Okay. Hold on, let me share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at. Okay.
Oh, I understand. We'll mark that for identification.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's 235 exhibit for identification. Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct, 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
That visit was at 9:48, correct.
Okay.
You think it makes sense that she was like such a control freak that she really wanted to kill herself, that she didn't want anyone else to raise her kids, and that's why she killed herself? That's why she did such a poor job killing herself? Such a great job killing her kids?
And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics?
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctor's.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No.
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
No, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, what has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information.
I didn't go back far enough. Sorry, guys.
Records
Hold
from
on.
the South Shore Health.
Please hold. I thought I was at the beginning,
pertinent
but no. Oh no, this is the other guy. We want this guy. Okay, here we go.
The extraction will no longer be valid.
So basically, you look at those numbers, the number chain, to make sure they're the same, and then you know it's that copy while you're in.
Can use filters in the analysis to.
So I'm just going to go through like how he does this extraction and get to the. I just want to hear what he found. That's what I'm interested in. I don't need all how he does this. Yeah, like this, the actual extraction.
Data on Miss Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022.
Yes.
Can you zoom in on that, please? And could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
The columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrate Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain timeframes based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description in the source file for the data. This is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Celebrate has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there at number 1, where it says activity census data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
Direction could be related to a call incoming to the device or outgoing from the device.
So if one was a phone call, it would say to or from?
I believe the exact categorization would be incoming or outgoing.
Incoming or outgoing, okay. And then the attachment box?
Attachment box would be associated with a message, typically a MMS message or multimedia message. A text message that contains a photo would be listed as an attachment. It could also be associated with an email that has an attachment or some type of transaction on the phone that resulted in something being attributed as an attachment.
And then what about the location box?
If the data source has location information associated with it, then that box would have data filled out. This report is 768 pages, so there's a variety of sources of data within this report.
And what about timestamp? Where it says timestamp, the date and time, is that Eastern Standard Time?
It's UTC -5 as the time of this search warrant, the time frame of this incident occurred in January of 2023. Therefore, the extraction reflects the exact time frame of the time zone of the device at the time of the extraction.
And where it says party, what would be in that column?
Again, this is a timeline report. Therefore, there's a variety of data sources contained within it. There is chats or messages that occur from the user of the device to other people, and those parties would be listed within the chat, otherwise known as a group message.
So if it was a text message, the direction would say incoming or outgoing, and the party would say who the text was to or from?
It would say who the participants are in the conversation.
So if it's one person you're texting, it would have that person's name, but if you're in a group text, it would have all of the names?
Correct.
And then what about the description box?
Description box is based on the database information. It has some information associated with the actual data that was parsed by Celebrate. It also provides the source file. The source file is the database that Celebrate parsed the data from. Everything that you see as far as activity sensor data or any other categorizations, that's done by the software. The software parses that data to make it more readable for the examiner, but everything is associated with an actual database within the device.
And so, for example, where it says source health, that's coming from the health section of the phone?
Specifically the health database, HealthDB.
And where it says source file, Lindsay's, how does that name populate there for source file?
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom, for her contact information, it will show up as mom?
The software will show up, will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in mom and the phone number will show up in mom?
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
That's a really good comment here. So, well, how do we know her diaries were written in the actual time? She could have sat and wrote the entire diary, all the entries all together after reading up on what was needed to sound convincing. Yeah, well, she used different pens. I don't know. Yeah, really good question.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
there we go. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's, as I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that word is located?
Correct. The application, Microsoft Edge, has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So, for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message, It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents section of the project tree, or otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document. Supplemental report, if it has that way when.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
If we could go to the next one, please.
So she wanted to go out on medical leave for postpartum too. Oh, okay.
What are we seeing here in this report from December 26th, 2022 to January 24th, 2023? Is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And in here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document, can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated.
So do you know about this Beachbody thing? So it's like a multi-level marketing thing, exercise thing. I believe Bob Ruff and his wife were into it for a while. And at least that's the accusation, that it's multi-level marketing, i.e. you're going to lose money. And so I've seen it pointed out that because she was joining this Beachbody multi-level marketing thing, which, we haven't heard anything about the finances of this family. And it's very interesting. Which is also what happened, which is what we're talking about. Chris Watts, Shanann was involved with that patch vitamin thing, multi-level marketing thing. And that was causing huge stress to their family. So you're always just about to, make it big, but you have to just buy so much of the actual product that you can't even move it all. Anyway, I've heard that the fact that she signed up for this Beachbody multi-level marketing thing showed that she was psychotic and not in her right mind. And it showed a mania. Like she made a poor choice. So that's manic. Clearly she was manic. Wild.
Associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrate has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item.
I just want to get to her stuff. I just want to hear what they found, not how they found it. Okay.
And if we could zoom in on that, please.
Affirmations. Oh, let's look at her affirmations. I am strong. I am brave. I will get through this. I will overcome postpartum. This is like you're giving yourself, replacing your negative thoughts with your positive thoughts. I will overcome postpartum anxiety and depression. I am a great mom. She has to tell herself that. I love my kids. Oh, I love my kids. She has to tell herself, I love my kids. I love my family. That means she hates her family. That's what she's replacing. So do you guys know how cognitive behavioral therapy works? Or rational motive behavioral therapy, similar things? So you have like a negative thought. So the idea is that your emotions are created by your thoughts, right? So when you have a thought that's distressing, you replace it with a feel-good thought. So that what's bothering her is that she hates her kids. So she has to replace that with, I love my kids. She hates her family. I love my family. I hate my life. I love my life. This is why it makes it so significant that she was telling her care providers on February 7th, 8th, and 9th that her outlook was looking up. She doesn't have to say, I love my kids anymore. How she felt about her kids was expressed in the basement of her Duxbury home. She hated them. And she wanted Patrick Clancy to see how much she hated him and she hated the kids. I am happy, meaning she's not happy. I take care of myself. I think she always takes care of herself. I don't think she needed an affirmation for that. She's grateful for her mom being there for me no matter what and coming to help at the drop of a hat. My husband for picking up the slack when I've been feeling so down. My husband for taking the big kids out to do things when I felt like I can't. Like I can't spend one more minute with these freaking kids I hate. I hate my husband. I hate my kids. She hated him. Wow.
Detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, when it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensics forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified being it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it. I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed.
Wait, they're not reading to the jury her affirmations? This is so soft compared to what we just heard. Does she think that, do these prosecutors think the jury's not smart enough to understand this? I don't get it. I don't get it. This is so soft. We've heard this 1,000 million times. I resent my kids. I resent the other kids because because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby, because I only like beginnings. I hate endings. I hate responsibility. I like things when they're new and fun and not bogged down with depth of feeling.
Depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them.
You notice what wasn't on her gratitude list? Her children. You know what was on her gratitude list? When her husband removed her children from her. I mean, why? What is the prosecution doing in this case? It's so crazy. My mind might explode. They're like, or did the judge just like throw that out and tell them they couldn't use that? So they were like, they asked that guy about the artifacts and, you know, technical stuff with that on the screen just to make sure that the jury got it, like with a wink and a nod. Why isn't the jury hearing about that? What is going on? Is this the weirdest trial you've ever seen? It's like Bizarro World. Excuse me, prosecution, are you arguing that the sky is blue? No. We're arguing. I mean, it's like we're going to argue something like much more complicated and totally untrue. Let's see how that goes. Because it might be easier to swallow just like superficially. This is the worst prosecution team I think I've ever seen. I'm trying to think if there's a prosecution team that I thought was worse. I don't know. I don't know.
So we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just
Like I did. Adam Lally is not a showman, but he's a good lawyer, and he did a good job on the first. Is he fun to watch? No, but he's good. You know, I like him, so I have a bias towards Adam Lally. You know, so I thought he was very convincing. I thought he was much more convincing than Hank Brennan, who was more fun to watch and more like a, you know, he's a defense attorney. It's more like a defense attorney. I know he was a prosecutor too. But I understood all the choices they made. I wouldn't have made them. I wouldn't have made the same choices, but I understood why they made them. They weren't all that far off. I thought they should have concentrated on Karen Reed's personality, and I think it was just a whole rush to prosecute her. They really should have talked to some people and found out. We still know nothing about Karen Reed. But this is just like bizarro world. I mean, if your point to the jury is that she meant to kill herself, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it, or what is that? But that was the main point of the crime after she murdered her children. So she murdered her children just so she could kill herself, but when it got time to kill herself, she couldn't do it? I don't even understand, but I don't even understand it. I mean, they just handed Kevin Reddington a huge gift. I mean, it makes Kevin Reddington looks like the most trustworthy person in the world. That's something. What a stupid thing. No, we're not saying we made such a point of the way she slid out the second floor window. But we were not saying that she didn't really mean to do it. It was all for show. That's not what we meant. Because we don't want to be offensive because she's paralyzed herself by accident. I mean, I don't know. It's they just were handed like a gold mine. Do they not understand how cognitive behavioral therapy works? Why those things are so important? Those positive new statements, those affirmations are so important because they're all replacing the opposite thing. So when you have to affirm to yourself that I love my kids, you're replacing what's going on in her head is I hate my kids. I hate my kids. I hate my husband. I hate my family. But I'm grateful for my mom for taking the kids away from me. I'm grateful for my husband for taking the kids away from me. But instead, they're going to choose this like, oh, I wanted to treat Cal like my first baby. Like, what? She's obsessed with birth order. What do you... I don't think that's nearly as hard hitting. Am I crazy? Am I in bizarro world? It seems so obvious to me.
I want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices.
Right. These are all things about like, I love being a mom, but I'm sad, about baby stuff, mom stuff, because I'm so into being a mom. Mom stuff is making me sad. What the hell? They were just like handed the biggest gift for a prosecutor. That thing was... And they're like, no, don't read that out loud. Read this out loud. I don't know. To be fair to them, maybe the judge told them they couldn't. And that was the whole point of asking all those technical questions with it on the screen. To be fair to them. Lord knows this judge is, pulled out some. I'm not saying he did. I don't know. So much of this has been done in private. Who knows what's going on? But Yeet Mama says, this is so funny. I'm just wondering, when was this woman stuck with her kids by herself with no help? Because it's from anyone. Because it seems she had an abundance of help. Her mom, Patrick, nannies. We've heard Rosie on the stand. I mean, come on. This is like, yeah, I was thinking about doing a live stream just about her entitlement. She's the most entitled. It's almost like the murderer groupies who love Lindsay Clancy. It's almost like they wish they could live this kind of entitled life. It's almost like a Kim Kardashian lifestyle kind of thing. You think?
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up, and then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up, and that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and...
Okay, all right. I'm coming out with a conspiracy theory. So I'm speaking to all you Patrick Clancy did it people. I have a better conspiracy theory. That the prosecution is really, it's not just the judge who's really another wing of the defense, it's the prosecution. Because this all helps her, doesn't it? She's so distraught. All about baby stuff because she cares so much about her babies and she can't keep her milk up, which sounds like ED to me, doesn't it? She can't eat enough to keep her milk up. Tell me, new mothers or old mothers or women who've been mothers, did you have a serious problem eating enough so that you produce milk? Obsessed with herself.
not taking a bottle. So it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and...
Did you just see that? Reddington was like, oh, geez, more fake crying. Are you going to do your fake crying thing? Do I need to tell the judge to send the jury out? Did you just see what he just did? Did you guys see that? Watch this. Reddington's like, you can feel him rolling his eyes like, oh, not again. Oh, she's doing the fake crying thing again. Not again. Watch this. This is unreal. You can see him getting annoyed. She starts. Oh, here comes the fake emotions. She's got to wipe away the fake tears.
And okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up, and then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up, and that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle, so it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to.
Okay, here it goes. Watch. So he sat up in his chair. He's like, oh, crap. Oh, here comes the dry as Sahara crying. Oh, I can't deal with the fake crying today.
And that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today.
Look, right there. Look. You're going to cry? Do I need to tell the judge to send the jury out? From one psycho to another. You're going to do the fake crying thing? One psychopathic lawyer to my psychopathic murdering client. You're going to do the fake crying thing? Okay. No, you're going to pull it together because I don't think it's all that effective. Yeah, I would hold off on the fake crying during this. So this is all helps us. I don't even know why the prosecution's putting it in there. It just makes you look like a concerned mother who loves her children and is upset that she doesn't love her children enough. When the real stuff was on the affirmations. You hate them. You hate their guts. You hate your whole family. You're so grateful when someone takes your freaking awful kids that you hate away from you. Oh, thank you. It's like heaven just being away from these kids. And my horrible husband. And I freaking hate my family. I hate my life. That's the real Lindsay Clancy. This is all the fake. Oh, my mother. I'm worried about my breast milk and my first child. I can't treat my third child like my first child. Oh, it's so sad. And sleeping schedules. Real Lindsay Clancy's. I have to tell myself I love my kids every day. I love my kids. I love my kids. I love my kids. Okay.
Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022. It then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, you don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one. Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data, and with the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially based on the user settings, location data associated with the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on?
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it's when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjust.
Does anybody remember when Chris Watts was being interrogated about his missing wife, pregnant wife, Shanann, and his two daughters? That he started looking at pictures. When they left the room, he would take out his cell phone and look at pictures of his kids, his wife, to try to convince them they really cared. That's what I felt like that whole thing about my first baby. I wish I couldn't treat Callan, my milk, the sleep schedule. See, I really did care about being a mother. It wasn't that I hated my kids. I hated my family. I hated my life. And things were looking up. I was paralyzed, but hey, at least the freaking kids are gone. And my husband's going to divorce me now. Thank God. That life I got to burn up. All I have to do is just bring out the medications and bring out all my alibis, my medication journal, my stay at McLean's, all the different care providers I went to see. It wasn't just that I wanted more time away. I freaking hated my stupid job. I didn't want to go back to that. Hate everything. This is Lindsay Clancy. Except myself. I love myself. How can I treat myself better? Get these kids away from me. Cannot stop breastfeeding soon enough. Enough of this closeness with the baby. Ugh. Let me starve myself and do beach body so I won't produce enough milk.
So just for the jurors looking at this report. Here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way.
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified, and in this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency.
No, I just booted H2O out. But isn't it just like perfect? You don't believe mental health issues are real? So that shows you that all of mental health issues are on trial here. Other people have had postpartum psychosis, so it happened in this case. It happened to a girlfriend of mine. So it happened to our girl, Lindsay, the child murderer. Yeah, no, you know, you're welcome. I just have like really simple rules for my chat. Treat everyone like you want to be treated. Back up your argument. State your argument. State it clearly and back it up with the evidence in the case. We're not doing, don't come in here to body shame me or anything else.
The image container. HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken, and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live.
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way.
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
I think my brain may be starting to explode with too much Lindsay Clancy trial. So I may put this on pause and take a break. We're off tomorrow. I will be doing an episode on this. I'm just not sure when. Wow. What a freaking... I just, if you have any idea why, if you have thoughts on why the prosecution went with this Meshuggah theory, let me know. Because I can't the only thing I can really wrap my head around is like they're really competing with an innocence fraud narrative, and they sort of did this kind of soft in-between narrative so you can still be sympathetic towards Lindsay Clancy and still convict her. That's how I'm seeing it so far, but let me know what you think. I think it's so weird. To me, it's all of one piece. Is it just too dark? Is the real story too dark? I hate to say it. I mean, we are not talking about the cases of people who throw themselves on the mercy of the court and say, I did it. You know, the things people we talk about on this channel who come to trial are the people who say, no, I didn't do it, not guilty, and fight it. And often have a lot of support. All right. Hang in there, guys. Wow, what a crazy day. Can you imagine being the prosecutor and being like, well, I'm not going to show those affirmations that make it crystal clear what this whole entire trial is all about. Instead, I'm going to choose, like, you know, something from her diary that makes her look like a sympathetic mother who's just confused. Or were they worried to bring up the affirmations and they thought Reddington will bring that on rebuttal and it will ruin it? No, it's crystal clear. That brings it all motives. I mean, that's the motive right there. I hated my family. I hated my husband. I hate my life. I hate working as a nurse. I hate it all. I want to just burn my life up, starting with the thing I hate most, which is my kids. It's amazing that Patrick Clancy got out alive. All right. Thanks. Thank you, Taterbug. Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, moderators. I'll see you guys really soon.
Mic check, Roberta strides through the static haze. True crime Gotham where the shadows play their plays. Fraudsters fold when a spotlight beams. Fact-focused queen busting propaganda schemes. Glass shatter lies echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light. Hard cash warrior, dissecting state and defense. Twisted innocence, claims breaking pretense. Gotham's truth seeker cuts clean with the blade. Facts in the forefront, no justice gets swayed. Cold facts drip heavy, real talk unfurls. Cracking cases open like oysters with pearls. Innocence gimmicks crumble to dust in the wind. For victims, her creed, justice till the end. Headphones blazing, she drops heavy artillery. Narratives twisted, meet blunt object civility. Roberta got receipts that unravel the ploy. Exposing the lies these fraudsters deploy. Glass shatters lies, echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light.